House resumes and debate continues.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the second motion before us today. That's the authorization for loan from the National Bank of Dominica Limited for the purpose of funding expenditure in respect of the implementation of electoral reform and modernization. Whereas by virtue of Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the House of Assembly may by resolution duly passed authorize the minister responsible for finance to borrow money from approved sources or guarantee loans to statutory boards or public corporations for the purpose of financing general development purposes. And whereas on March 19, 2025, the House of Assembly passed the Registration of Electors Act number 1 of 2025, the House of Assembly Elections Act number 2 of 2025, that's the new acts, and the Electoral Commission Act number 3 of 2025. And whereas the Registration of Electors Act number 1 of 2025 and the House of Assembly Elections Act number 2 of 2025 repealed and replaced the previous acts with the same name under Chapter 203 of Chapter 201 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, respectively. And whereas the requirement of the new act include the confirmation of presently registered voters, the issuance of identification cards with security features to confirm and newly registered voters, and the establishment and maintenance of a roll of the names of persons to whom voter identification cards have been issued. And whereas the Registration of Electors Act prescribed a period of 12 months with a possibility of a maximum of 3 months extension for the confirmation of presently registered voters. And whereas the estimated cost for the confirmation of presently registered voters, the issuance of identification cards with security features to the confirmed and newly registered voters, and the establishment of a roll of the names of persons to whom voter identification cards have been issued is Eastern Caribbean $7,324,085.23. And whereas the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica has requested a loan from the National Bank of Dominica in the sum of 6 million Eastern Caribbean dollars for part funding the implementation of the new requirements of the aforementioned new legislation. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of the Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister responsible for finance to borrow a sum not exceeding 6 million Eastern Caribbean dollars from the National Bank of Dominica Limited on the following terms. The loan amount, 6 million EC dollars, interest rate, 5% per annum, repayment period, 12 years, that is quarterly payments, moratorium on principal during the first 24 months. The loan is to be used for the purpose of part funding the implementation of the requirements of the Registration of Electors Act number 1 of 2025, the House of Assembly Elections Act number 2 of 2025, and the Electoral Commission Act number 3 of 2024. All 25, yes, all right. Last one, okay, of 2025. Second.
Back to second, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned in the resolution, which is now before the House on March 19 this year, The members of this House unanimously passed bills for the enactment of the Registration of Electors Act, which is now Act number 1 of 2025, the House of Assembly Election Act number 2 of 2025, and the Electoral Commission Act number 3 of 2025. Notwithstanding the fact that none of us agreed 100% with all of the provisions of the bills, no member of the House objected to any of the bills. On that day, March 19, 2025, we were all statesmen and women, understanding the bigger picture, that is, the need for compromise, the need to advance electoral reform and modernization, and the need to be leaders and positive examples to our people. As prescribed by the legislation, there are a number of actions to be taken immediately, including a full confirmation process and the issuance of voter ID cards to the confirmed and newly registered voters. Based on Section 38 of the Constitution, the Electoral Commission appointed in accordance with Section 56(1) of the Constitution is responsible for the registration of voters, for the purpose of electing representatives, and for the conduct of elections of representatives. Therefore, they are responsible for the implementation of most of the provisions of the new legislation. On April 30th, 2025, the Ministry of Finance received from the Electoral Commission expenditure estimates in the amount of Eastern Caribbean $8,070,786.10 in respect of the tasks which are to be completed by the Commission over the next 12 months. This amount includes estimates for the procurement of a new IT system and equipment, engagement of temporary staff, rental of property spaces in all constituencies, and outfitting for these offices as well. Following discussions between the staff of the Ministry of Finance and representatives of the Electoral Commission, the estimates were reduced to $7,324,085.23. Furthermore, in order to reduce the overall cost to the government and the country, it was recommended that some of the government's existing systems, including staff, facilities, equipment, and services, be redeployed to the Commission to support the exercise. Mr. Speaker, bearing these in mind, an amount of $6 million is required to meet the balance of the expenditure estimates. This is a relatively large expenditure, much higher than anticipated, and there is no special funding for it, but there is no room for delays in procurement of the goods and services required by the Commission, given the time framework in which they are to be implemented, the required actions. Therefore, the government has decided to contract a loan from the National Bank of Dominica, and through this resolution, seek the approval of the House for the loan. This is to ensure in a very transparent way that the Electoral Commission has the funds needed to effect the electoral reform mandate with no delay. Mr. Speaker, just as we all supported the 3 electoral bills, I look forward to the support of the entire House for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is before the House for debate. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, it's been reported widely that the audio of the House is very poor, and live streaming, and people are not hearing us clearly. And so it's something that the technicians need to check on. And that was before lunch and continues after lunch. But my intervention is very, very short, Mr. Speaker. First, to make it very clear that I support the submission of the Minister of Finance through this motion to seek a loan from the National Bank to guarantee the financing required for the implementation of electoral reform in Dominica. The executive has 2 functions in respect to electoral reform. One, to bring the bills to Parliament, and two, to ensure that it gets Parliament to make the funds available to effect an electoral reform. In respect to number one, the bills were brought to Parliament, three of them, and they were duly passed in the House, and they're now laws of Dominica. The second function, which is the financing, we are now doing so today in a very transparent manner. And it is an important exercise in my mind that this is being done to make sure that everybody sees and everybody hears, and the record will show that the government is making available the funds available to the Electoral Commission to carry out its mandate. Now, in respect to the Electoral Commission Act of 2025, it makes provision for the establishment of a fund under the direction and control of the Electoral Commission. And this was done as part of enhancing the independence of the Electoral Commission as a constitutional creature, as a creature of the Constitution, and to enhance its independence as part of the electoral reform agenda. That's something that is not really spoken about, a lot about, in respect to the Electoral Commission Act, and what Parliament allowed for the enhanced independence of it. So what will happen, Mr. Speaker, is that those funds will be made available to, yes, somebody's talking there, somebody's talking in the Parliament. Yeah, those funds will be made available to the Electoral Commission, and I've already spoken to the Minister and to the Federal Secretary, and also to the Chairman of the Commission. I've said that we need to establish a fund, and I believe discussions are ongoing to establish the creation of the fund. Yeah. The establishment of the fund, so that the funds will be deposited, and so there is independence misuse, but obviously any monies that come out of the Treasury must be accounted for, and Parliament must report, and so on. So independence in terms of management, but independence not in terms of the good governance principles of accountability. And so I'm happy for this, Mr. Speaker. This is a lot of money. Some will say, well, why are we using that money? But I will say to them that if we had allowed the bills to be passed in Parliament in 2017, when the funds were made available for the procurement of the equipment and the software and vehicles and a public relations officer and additional staff, we would not be spending all this money here today. And 7 years ago, 8 years ago, we'd have effected electoral reform. But we all know what transpired, and we all know the contemporary history where this is concerned. And so what we're here today to making the funds available. There will some who will come and say, well, why take a loan? Why not use CBI funds? Why not use our dividends from DOMLEC? Why not use whatever it is? But all of these things will be smoke screen. Because the same people who will come here and who I'm here on radio talking about why the National Bank funds? Why not the national funds? Why not a loan? If we have declared it to be a major priority, we have made it a major priority. There are elements in this country who have gone all over the world, besmirching and denigrating Dominica, black-eyeing Dominica, spreading falsehood about Dominica. They would want to wait, Mr. Speaker, for one member of the commission to say, well, we are missing funds. We haven't gotten funds yet. And you will see letters being dispatched to all kinds of organizations who have no interest in Dominica. And this is why, as the Prime Minister, I insisted that we brought this resolution to the House. And in a transparent way, the entire world see that notwithstanding all of what we have to do in Dominica, Notwithstanding the fact that we have to build several bridges across Dominica, whether it's the Emswell Bridge, whether it's the Hampstead Bridge, and to provide support to the people who just affected in Calibishi, for example. And the several people who are waiting for homes to be built for them, including the retaining wall in Kulibistri. You understand? Money could have been spent for that. So don't come there and just read what somebody said to you. You're Dominican. Let your conscience tell you what to say. And I'm hearing some foolish person on the radio talking about, oh, people should go and take out the money from National Bank because the government take a loan from National Bank. But the person should take out yours first and show me you take out yours. I mean, all kinds of foolishness being said. And the opposition wonder why they're in that state. And so, yes, I agree with everybody that this money could be spent elsewhere. But it's a priority. And the government wanted to ensure that its integrity and its commitment to electoral reform is pursued in a very transparent way, as we have done all the time. And so I want to commend the minister for bringing this to the House. The chairman of the commission wrote to me via the president, and I've written back to him via the president, that's how I communicate to them. And I've urged them with speed to move to procuring the software and the hardware so we can start the process, have the equipment, then start the training of the staff that they've already identified, I've been told, and get the process going. And so, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we could spend the money elsewhere. Because the reality is, if we are to speak honestly among ourselves as Dominican citizens, there's really no need which we spend on electoral reform. Because since 1951, Mr. Speaker, we've always had free and fair elections in Dominica. Always had free and fair elections in Dominica. So if anybody is being denied the house being fixed, if any small business person being denied a grant, you hold the ULP responsible. You hold them responsible. Because in 2017, we made over $3 million available to the Electoral Commission. After Erica. And the reality, all have gone to waste. All have gone to waste. And you tell me what you could do with $40,000. And you could tell me what we could do with $300,000. And you can tell me what we could do with $3 million today. So when we come here and we talk about who hasn't gotten help, who haven't gotten help, it is this kind of reckless behavior that we have in this country that is happening. And so, Mr. Speaker, words cannot express my contentment, my disgust, my anger too, because it is we on this government side who knows how difficult it is to run the country. And how fetching money is not easy. And how fetching money is not easy. And so I'm saying to my senators on the other side, the script that they give you to come and say in the House this afternoon, watch what you say. Watch what you say. Watch what you say. Lady ever because a tongue sharp. That's not me. You not me. My man. My man, don't try me. Trust me. Don't try me. But Mr. Speaker, I hope that we short intervention today to support this. The legislation is in place. I understand, and we will be providing the Electoral Commission with all of the government facilities at no cost to them to reduce on their first the financial burden. And they've been meeting between the Minister of Finance and the Chief Election Officer and the Chairman of the Electoral Commission, and they have agreed on this stuff, and I think everything is in place to get the ball rolling and so on. So as of tonight, this afternoon, the government would have fulfilled its mandate. It is left now to the Electoral Commission as a creature of the Constitution, empowered to deal with election matters in Dominica, to deal with it, to implement the mandate. And so I am hoping that we can start the process of confirmation within the prescribed period of the law, though I suspect they may need some more time because of training, et cetera, because people have to be familiarize themselves with all the processes and so forth. So I'm happy that we're here, and I agree entirely monies could have been used elsewhere. But if not these monies, then which monies? And those who like to shout CBI are the same ones, who have spent all of their years and all of their time seeking to destroy it. Seeking to destroy it. All the time seeking to destroy it. And then they like to talk about CBI. But at the same time, seeking to destroy it, Mr. Speaker. Trying to deny the people of Dominica a better way of life. Trying to stop all of these projects that we're doing. Trying to deny the NEP $5 million every month. That's what it is. And so if you're telling me whether I should shave off $2 million from the NEP to do this, no, it's not going to happen. Never happen. No. We'll take a loan, we'll give it in a transparent way, give it to them, because I don't want anybody to say on the commission, well, they haven't gotten $5 yet, or they're missing $5, and so no, you have the money that you requested. And so you effect electoral reform, electoral modernization. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this. Thank you.
Yes, Senator, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution on the resolution entitled Authorization for a Loan from the National Bank of Dominica Limited for the purpose of funding expenditure in respect of the implementation of electoral reform and modernization. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to request permission to refer to my...
I was just going to ask you.
It won't be scripted, Mr. PM.
Yeah, the speaker had ruling, permission granted. But remember, he said the entire parliament have to make a decision on the matter. But we're giving people a chance to, Yeah. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today not to offer blind support or opposition, but to represent the voice of the public, particularly the youth who are listening, watching, and of course, asking important questions. My role here is not to echo what is comfortable, but to raise what is necessary. Mr. Speaker, we are here to discuss the borrowing of funds for the implementation of electoral reform, a step that moves us from legislation to execution. And Mr. Speaker, while that shift is important, the public concern surrounding this announcement cannot and should not be dismissed as mere noise. Mr. Speaker, many people online, as you all know, have reacted with skepticism when news of this loan surfaced. Mr. Speaker, questions were raised about the timing, the amount, and most critically, about whether this funding will truly be used for the public good and for our beloved Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, allow me to share a little story of my own. I remember casting my very first vote for the first time as a little Jobawi girl. Mr. Speaker, it was a powerful yet very fragile moment. For the first time, I was a part of this big thing that I'd only ever seen the adults taking part in. my parents, grandparents, uncles, aunties, bigger cousins. And when it came to me, I kept thinking to myself, this is going to affect my future. Because honestly, it does. Mr. Speaker, a vote is not just a mark on a paper, it's not just putting a tick, an X. Apologies. It is a citizen placing their faith in a process for a better tomorrow. For me, Mr. Speaker, though, it wasn't about party, it was about my future. And the future, and the future of a little Bowie girl and the grown Bowie woman she would become, living in Dominica, shaped by the decisions that she made. Mr. Speaker, now that the reforms have passed, the work of implementation must be watched even more closely because we moved from legislation to execution. We went from paper and we are now going to put things into action, right? Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission now has an enormous task of ensuring that this process is managed transparently, a word I am hearing being used a lot in this parliament. And we must ensure that it is being managed transparently, fairly, and without political interference. Mr. Speaker, that includes how these funds are used, who benefits, and whether the execution is truly done in the spirit of true reform, because, the mandate has been passed. We understand the
Are
money.
you member? I'm lost because, first of all, let me just point out to you, in regards to saying that the money is it for public good, is imputing improper motive because it's clearly for electoral reform. That's one. Number two, I'm lost. I trying to get the relevance. I really trying to get the relevance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, withdrawn from the, what you just said, yes, withdrawn.
Yeah. But
Mr. Speaker, accountability is not just a buzzword, it is a demand. If we are borrowing for the people, then we owe them clear answers, transparent reporting, and continuous updates. I know Dominicans, and they bad by their money. Mr. Speaker, we have this words or phrase we say, pay me and vex with me. They want to know how their hard-earned money is being spent, especially if they worked on a Soleil show for their hard-earned money. We must pass the laws and do so with transparency. The laws and execution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the public, particularly the youth, are far more engaged than many assume. Mr. Speaker, they are paying attention to not just what is done, but how it is done. Mr. Speaker, if we truly want to restore faith in the electoral process, we must invite the scrutiny, not resist it. Mr. Speaker, so today I ask some questions as a youth, a young citizen living in Dominica. How will this money be managed? What safeguards are in place? Mr. Speaker, how will we ensure that the public receives timely updates on progress and expenditure? Who will be held accountable if targets are not met? Because we are all doing this in the name of democracy. Mr. Speaker, these questions are not meant to delay or divide. They are meant to protect the very process that we claim to be strengthening, Mr. Speaker. Because transparency, the word that we seem to be using so much here, and it is very significant, after the fact, is not transparency at all. Mr. Speaker, and for those who may seek to misinterpret my words, let me be clear, crystal. Mr. Speaker, my intention is not to question the value of reform, but to examine the details of its implementation and execution, Mr. Speaker. However, as a member of the opposition, it is my responsibility to not obstruct, but to scrutinize. Mr. Speaker, asking difficult questions is not my way of being unpatriotic. It is an essential part of holding our democracy accountable. Mr. Speaker, true progress is built not on silence, but on transparency again and vigilance. Legislation to execution, words to action. Mr. Speaker, I stand today not as a rubber stamp, but as a young Dominican who believes that reform is not real unless it is felt, it is seen, and it is trusted by the people that we serve. Mr. Speaker, this resolution before us marks a critical step forward. Mr. Speaker, the borrowing of funds to bring electoral reform from paper into practice, legislation into execution, as Mr. Speaker, but for this to truly move us forward, it must be done with integrity, accountability, and transparency again at every stage. Mr. Speaker, the people deserve no less than clear oversight on how this money is spent, on the milestones that are reached, and the ultimate impact of this reform on our democracy. Mr. Speaker, only then will the promise of electoral reform be fulfilled, not as legislation passed, but as transformation embraced by every Dominican. Legislation to execution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator,
No,
Senator, your mic.
no.
But you see, Honorable Vince, before you proceed, you see, honorable members, that's my caution about just writing and reading notes. That's my caution. For just for future reference, I did not interrupt you because that was your first major attempt, in trying in the House of Assembly. So I did not want to interrupt you. But hold on. But I just wanted to point out to you there are many instances where you imputing improper motives. I pointed out one to you. And also you need to look at the issue of relevance. This speech or this was really pointed to when we had the electoral reform bill itself, the Electors Act, you know? It was more relevant to that. But the relevance it was very difficult for me to get the relevance. But good attempt. Let's proceed. Honorable Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was very illuminating presentation by the young senator, and I encourage her to continue improving, as it were. I was trying to get the right word to describe her presentation. The only thing that comes to mind was a pantomime. Mr. Speaker, no, I encourage you to continue improving. But no, the expression was so plentiful that I find it was enlightening and illuminating. So that's all I said. I didn't in any way insult the young lady. But if you are presenting in your own style and fashion, that is fine. I didn't anyway criticize you. I'm just saying that's what it reminded me of. You need to take your time and do your presentation. Don't let your message be lost in your gesticulation. That's all I'm saying. Because that is what it appears to me. Because it takes away your meaning. You had so many lovely words that you shared. But you threw me off. You were distracting me all the time. So just slow down on the thing. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the resolution before us. And I just wanted to share these few words because I think it's a progressive step. And no, but it's important to check. At the UN, we had a thing saying, check against delivery. If you have a speech prepared and someone before you comes and they speak to the same issues, the questions that you have, the Prime Minister answered some of those questions. He was the one who said that the funds will be available to the Commission in a special fund. But that does not in any way remove from them the responsibility of transparency and accountability, and they will be subjected to the same scrutiny as all government financing. That was said. And then you stood up and make the statements. I'm not even going to criticize some of the things you said. I'm just saying that, but you guys are doing as if I insulted you. All I'm saying is you have to do less gesticulation and take your time and pronounce your presentation. But if you're offended, I apologize and I will withdraw it for the record. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that this is being brought to the Parliament. I want to thank the leader of the House, the chairman of the cabinet and prime minister, and the minister of finance for bringing this to us today, because it is in a very public way, ensuring that we can secure the financing for the activities to be financed under the elections bills that were passed on March 19 in this very House. It is important, and it is also important that the taxpayers are the ones footing the bill. I don't want this. I would hate for this to have been funded from grants or from CBI revenue or from any other source. I think it is us, we the people, and they like to say that, we the people. The same people that crying, we the people, now have a problem with us going to the Parliament to authorize a loan to finance a very, well, for them, very important activity. It has become forced because we came to Parliament and we supported the legislation. But to do something, I mean, when you think about what we're doing here today, we are forced to accept something just that came from one guy. I'll never stop talking about this, you know. One guy who was defeated at the polls and who felt that he should not have been defeated at the polls. And the only reason he felt that he was defeated is because somebody cheated. Somebody cheated. There's no evidence to support that. There is precisely a tropical Trump. Precisely. And this is what has led us to go to the Parliament, pass the legislation, and now we have to go to secure a loan to finance the activities. But I'm very happy that the funds will be there, and I'm hoping, but I guess I'm just hopeful, that this will put to rest the notion that we're not prepared to do this. And for crying out loud, man, I think you did the right thing and get off from under this guy, man. I wouldn't say that. I mean, some of the guys, yeah, we'll leave that out. We'll leave that out. Because I'm just saying, these guys will still go out there telling people that we're not prepared to do the electoral reform, that we're going to call elections. The Prime Minister is the one who has the authority to call elections. I cannot speak for him. But for him to stand in the Parliament to give support to this loan that will facilitate a process that will take at minimum 12 months and maximum 15 months, you're going around the place all in New York telling people the man going to call election, trying to frighten people with some nonsensical thing. How that making sense? As the armies of old used to do. When they declare war and the generals decide they don't want the soldiers to run back, they will burn a bridge if there's any bridge to cross. So you know you have to fight till victory. This is akin to that. We have now come to the Parliament, gone to the bank, secure the financing. It ain't got turning back, you know. We are committed all the way. So I don't understand how is it that people could still go around with all of this nonsense and trying to scare people and writing to international and hemispheric organizations. And I know we have dealt with one of them in particular, the IACHR, the Inter-American Court Commission on Human Rights. They're the ones who seem to be carrying water these days for the opposition. But I think we have dealt with them. In my view, we have sufficiently dealt with them, and we will continue to make our positions clear, because we have demonstrated not only our willingness to pursue this electoral modernization, but we have gone even further. than our supporters wanted us to go, just to keep the peace, just to ensure that this thing could be put to rest and that we can move forward. So today, this is the final act, as Prime Minister said. There were two things that were required of us. One is the legislation, two, the financing. The financing is here. So now it is really up to the Commission to do its work and for us to ensure that we cooperate with them so as to ensure this process can be settled once and for all, and that we can move forward to do the business of the people and not being forced to further burden taxpayers with activities, although can be helpful, but have not been as a basis of any serious concern that is legitimate. But we are finally closing, I hope, our own responsibility on this and get to the next chapter of the story of electoral modernization. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support this.
Yes, Honorable Blackmore, proceed.
I stand, I'm in a vexing mood. Mr. Speaker. Vex, Mr. Speaker.
You shouldn't be so vexed.
Why am I vexed, Mr. Speaker? Why am I vexed? I'm not sure why I should Mr. Speaker. I'm vexed. Mr. Speaker, I support this measure before this Honorable House. But this loan that we are seeking to approve before this Honorable House rests on the shoulder of the United Workers' Party and the surrogates, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are years late in passing electoral reform, which of course were enacted into law on the 19th of March. They obstructed the passage of the election laws. Subsequently thereafter, we had COVID, which changed the financial outlook of the country. And Maria, had we passed into law then those measures that we passed on the 19th of March, we would have had the money, Mr. Speaker, to pay, to fund all what we need in order to create the infrastructure within the Commission, Mr. Speaker. They are the only responsible. And why they are standing and asking for transparency, and a nice word, integrity and transparency, have been actually downgraded to cliches, overused, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say something to the Honorable House. One of the issues, Mr. Speaker, it's like a malady destroying and undermining the progress of this country. It those of us who are supposed to know better, we don't read. We don't read, Mr. Speaker. And if we don't read and we don't have a level of competence, we don't go to people with the level of competence to interpret things to us. So we just come and we propagate and say things. And nowadays now, once you see something on social media, right now they have what they call TikTok, it is true. I see it on TikTok. I saw it on Facebook, it is true. Mr. Speaker, what are you talking about transparency? One of the things this government did on a sitting on March 19th was for the first time pass what we call the House of Assembly Elections Bill. It is now law. Before that enactment of that legal regime, Mr. Speaker, the Commission depended on the provision within the Constitution. It had no autonomy, Mr. Speaker. So what is happening right now? Section 12.2 of the bill that I just referenced, the Act now, Mr. Speaker, creates a facility. So and a fund is established under this new measure. But Section 12 stipulates how funds can be actually allocated to the fund within the Commission, Mr. Speaker, by way of appropriation before Parliament under Section 12.2, Mr. Speaker. And that's what we're seeking to do, Mr. Speaker. So Parliament, therefore, under the direction of the Minister for Finance, what he's doing now is coming to seek the approval of the Honorable House to appropriate monies by way of a loan that can be paid on a yearly basis, Mr. Speaker, to the Commission. That's what the law says. They have not read the bills, but it is now law. And Mr. Speaker, well, I know you read it, that's why I had to resign. And you come back now, that's why I had to resign. The problem we have with the Workers' Party now, the people who are asking for electoral reform and advocating on behalf of the United Workers' Party, they had not read the bills. And those who read like him had to resign. Can you imagine that? What a fiasco. You understand? He read the bill, he understood the bills, he stood there. I set a trap because he was trying to play, Kopelape and Kopeti. Because the first time, sorry, Mr. Speaker, for that, for my eyesight.
Just translate.
Yeah. When we came to Parliament,
Translate.
yeah, well, Kopelape, Rabbit now. Yeah. Rabbit like with the goals.
T.
Yes, yeah. I'm Mr. Rabbit. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we came to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and to have had the first reading of the measures, you know what he did? He came with a characteristic, smiling, nice guy, kind of stuff. He spoke there, Senator Parris, and when he finished, he went to address the unlawful mob outside Parliament. But that time on March 19th, I said, not again. I'm going to hold Kopelape today. Mr. Rabbit. So I asked for a division, asking for a vote to be taken, and he took the bait. And he went, yes. You understand? So he was forced, therefore, to stay in Parliament. And it was impossible for him to have gone outside there to play next Kopelape on us. As a consequence, Mr. Speaker, he had to resign as deputy leader because he read the bill. So that's the fiasco Workers' Party is now facing now. And then you have a young senator who should have gone and read all the bills, all the acts that have been enacted. And when she comes and speaking about transparency and integrity and all the other things you can think of. But we are just giving credence to what the law says under Section 12, subsection 2 of the House of Assembly Election Act that says that Parliament, through the direction of the Minister of Finance, can appropriate funds and pay into the funds to be kept by the Commission on a yearly basis. So what are you talking about transparency? What that was, from your connotation, when you spoke just now, what does that word transparency means? Where does come in transparency, integrity, scared must go? A pack of foolishness, Mr. Speaker. When that is going to stop in this country and we're going to get serious, this is a House of Assembly. So I make jokes sometimes. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I send back. Because as I end, Mr. Parris, who is still a member of the Workers' Party, Senator Parris, you have an obligation to go out there and apologize to the Dominican public. Apologize to the Dominican public for misleading your people and lying to them. And I'm not going to take it back, It's a fact. And lying to them. And let me qualify that, Mr. Speaker. Because they said, because people came there on March 19th and challenged the police, and after people asked, they were asked, it is live on Facebook. I want to ask you, what were you, Honorable Denise, a constituent, what were you demonstrating for? Voter ID card. But that wasn't the measure. And next one said that he called the former president of the party, okay, bullied and savaged Senator Parris for doing the right thing, and called for his immediate resignation from the party because under one of the main bills he voted yes for, namely the Registration of Electors Act, it was not making provision for the cleansing of the list, which is a lie, Mr. Speaker. He hadn't read the bill. Then he admitted that the confirmation process is going to lead towards the cleansing of the bill. Read his letter when he resigned. It's still going to lead towards the cleansing of the list. That is what the Prime Minister said from day one. That's what the Attorney General, who speaks the Queen's language, said from day one. Mr. Speaker, if you can't understand, the AG, my friend, who speaks the Queen's language, you can't understand me, you can't understand the Prime Minister. Okay? He speaks the Queen's language, and you do not understand. Who are you going to understand? Therefore, Mr. Speaker, and now they are now saying make sure you come to confirm. Because if you don't come and confirm your name on your list, you're going to be struck out. You need to apologize to the people of this country for causing them to sleepwalk into the arrest. So every one of them who have been arrested for riot is as a result of the leadership of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Speaker. And if I go burn you guys, my dear friends, if I burn you, Mr. Speaker, understand? All right? Because I'll tell you something. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm in a vexed mood. 5 abundance in Babylon, they burn them. I'm not going to the police. Because your measure stay. I tell you why, Mr. Speaker. Because wicked. Mr. Speaker, and my final comment. All right, yeah. Well, you better, just when you run outside, when Mr. Minister was talking, you run, you like to run. All right, but let me tell you something, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues, Mr. Speaker, that they failed to realize why they must apologize to their supporters, because they intended to storm Parliament and to have constrained Parliament. But every one of them, had that been done, Mr. Speaker, would have been arrested for treason, Mr. Speaker. It's an act of treason under chapter 1002 to try to constrain Parliament and to prevent Parliament from doing its work. So it would have gone further than riot, because our intention was to come to Parliament. I don't know who are going to come in here, not being me, and to constrain Parliament, because all you said that are you going to come to Parliament, a pastor, yeah? Come to Parliament. Well, your partner, you wanted you out. Okay? You're doing very well. They're going to come to Parliament with their own bills, and they're going to hand it to the Speaker. And the Speaker shall pass that bill. Can you imagine that? That would have been treason, punishable by life imprisonment, and to be kept in jail without bail. And that act was passed into law on the 22nd of March, 1984, Mr. Speaker. So that coming to Parliament and holding miss and running after Speaker, that is something of the past. It can happen now, Mr. Speaker. It will not happen now under this administration, because we are going forward. We are advancing, Mr. Speaker. And I support, Mr. Speaker, the advancing, and do the right thing, my dear friend. Do the right thing. And you have been talking to the Prime Minister. He might consider you. You understand? So you have space there, because there's more stability. There's more stability on that side. You are nowhere, Mr. Speaker, on the other side. All right? Mr. Speaker, I support this measure before this one about.
Yes, Senator, you may proceed. You are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, permission to refer to my notes, please. I seek your permission to refer to my notes, please.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the resolution presented in this Honorable House seeking authorization for a loan from the National Bank of Dominica for the purpose of funding expenditure in respect of the implementation of electoral reform and modernization. Mr. Speaker, let me place on record that I am not opposed that the process for confirmation of presently registered voters, the issuance of ID cards with security features to confirm and newly registered voters, and the establishment and maintenance of a roll of the names of the people to whom voter identification cards will be issued to in Dominica will proceed. Okay? On record. As a matter of fact, Although we have not gotten all the things that we've been advocating for over the years, it's a start, so let's get it going. Mr. Speaker, the electoral reform process has been ongoing for more than a decade. We were aware of what would be needed to get this going, and it seems to me that all our preparation and planning, I'm putting a little money aside, we like to put money aside, which was necessary for implementation was not done, since we are here as approval for another loan is sought. And not two loans in one day. Mr. Speaker, the statement, if not CBI, then what, comes to mind. So if not CBI, then loans. Because we are once again heading to the NBD for another loan, for something that we should have been prepared to implement using funds from our biggest revenue stream, our Citizen by Investment program. Why can't we use the necessary funds needed from our CBI program? Or is our over-reliance on this revenue stream posing a problem for us? I'm asking questions. Why do we lack strategic reforms to ensure the long-term stability of our crucial economic driver? It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that our source of development now is loans, loans, and more loans. This, however, raises the question, what is Dominica's debt service coverage ratio at this time? For the short period that I have served in this parliament, very short, more than 50% of the sittings is aimed at authorization for loans or credit facility. Mr. Speaker, Dominica's overall risk of debt distress and our risk of external debt distress is extremely high. We are at a higher likelihood of facing financial difficulties in repaying our debts, potentially leading to default or restructuring. It appears even more likely now that in the not-too-distant future, the country will find the difficulty honoring its debt obligations, thus defaulting on payments, making regular requests for restructuring of obligations to the bank and other financing agencies and to individuals who purchase government instruments such as treasury bills. Mr. Speaker, I don't say what I want. Translate, I'm not saying what I want. This data was taken from the Dominica staff report for the 2024 Article 4 consultation, Debt Sustainability Analysis, written by the International Monetary Fund, Western Hemisphere Department, and published in June of last year. Based on this analysis, Mr. Speaker, undertaking another loan to begin the electoral reform process while our debt distress is extremely high is not the best decision. I therefore implore the government to avoid another debt. It is in our best financial interest to dip into our well of CBI funds for this reform project. Our CBI funds that we've over-relied on and replaced as priority over our investment in sustainable development, climate resilient infrastructure, our agriculture industry, and tourism to support our vision of becoming the world's first climate resilient nation, as well as investments in renewable energy and ecotourism to diversify the economy and create jobs. As I've stated before, Mr. Speaker, I am in support of the reform process. However, I am certain that funds received from the cash cow should be utilized for this purpose. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Frederick, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand, I think it's my duty to stand and support this resolution to authorize a loan from the National Bank. I happened to miss out on the debates during the actual enactment of the bill, so I want to add my voice to this second piece, this most important piece, to allow the Electoral Commission the relevant financing to do its work. Mr. Speaker, I did say that from all records, we have done a wonderful job in drawing out to this final conclusion. The fact that we have actual laws on the books that will guide our electoral process moving forward. We know the background is very simple. We have gone through a rigorous process. We have had international organizations holding us to task. We have had local interest groups also putting some pressure. But we know that as a government, we've been diligent in providing the necessary framework to move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, we definitely, the Dominican Labour Party is a government that has continued to enhance democracy across this wonderful white community that we call home. I dare say, I can say this candidly, Mr. Speaker, because I am one of the beneficiaries of that democratic movement from the Dominican Labour Party, coming from the kind of space, being from a community that has been marginalized for many years, able to benefit from all of the interventions by the government. And so we see democracy continue to grow within our space. And I'm happy that I'm part of the Labour Party government that ensures that movement moving forward. Mr. Speaker, it may sound simple, that we are getting some money to, on one of the major activities is to have electoral card. It seems very simple, but it's an important piece because, Mr. Speaker, we need to demonstrate to the world that as a small island developing state, we take the interests of and governance as serious as any first world country. We have come, you spoke about it, Mr. Speaker, this morning, we have come from a legacy of colonialism, of being oppressed by the people who came. And we're almost 50 years, we're running towards our 50th year of independence. Now we need to mature as a democracy, Mr. Speaker. I dare say that I'm happy to be part of this mature movement because it appears to me that that some of these juvenile tantrums and happenings that are uttered in the public by people who should know better doesn't sit well with all Dominicans. And I guess sometimes I need to admonish some of us in this house and also some of the citizens who are silent on those matters. That when we have important issues like electoral reform and the evidence is clear to show that we have played our part as a government and that some people sit idly by. They're quiet. They sit on the fence. And sometimes they say they are not in politics. I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, because once you are a member of a country, you have a passport, you have a social security card, you pay your taxes, you are in politics because it is the art of governing, and we have done a pretty good job, Mr. Speaker, in governing this country and under the serious leadership of Honorable Roosevelt Skerry. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this resolution wholesomely. And again, Mr. Speaker, we are doing this from our indigenous bank or local bank. And of course, this revenue will get back into circulation. And Mr. Speaker, I dare say, I think it was Honorable Henderson who said that it is our tax funding that we have to have a commitment. If we want change within our own space, that we have to be committed to add to it. I understand the narrative that speaks to grants. And I understand the concern by the other side speaking to a loan again. But it takes a level of maturity, I think, Mr. Speaker, when a country can give some commitment and a government, a cabinet of ministers can take a decision to move laws to the parliament. And I heard this morning the notion of rubber stamping. And Mr. Speaker, I don't understand it either, because we're in this parliament, duly elected members of parliament. We are representing constituencies across the country. We represent people who are very much alive, people who are benefiting from all aspects of development, whether it is new roads, whether it's new housing, whether it is the geothermal energy soon to come, whether it is clothing for children going to school. All of those experiences are benefits of real and living and good people. So I don't understand the rubber stamping. Mr. Speaker, I think the Parliament is very clear. We have good directives here, and we are able to voice our opinions to the public, and to say to the public that we have to play our part as citizens to ensure that those negative narratives that seem to be circulating around the space, social media, in little dark rooms, in corners, guys hiding on the table, WhatsApping, that we speak about it in the public, and we call people out. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are a mature country. And we are mature in the sense that we have been having a serious democratic movement in our country for many, many years. I didn't say the Prime Minister spoke about it earlier, Mr. Speaker, that every election won since our associated statehood period has been done for that very same process. And I just say this alone here from the NBD will help us to improve and to create a more modern system, Mr. Speaker. And so we'll definitely move away from the paper ballots, and sometimes people do ticks, as I just said a while ago. So we'll not be ticking anymore, and we'll be able to scan our cards and have a process that will continue to be transparent, Mr. Speaker. I just say it is a clear call and a clear proclamation to the international world, or partners, and also interest groups, that we are taking a positive step forward, and we have a democratic movement that will continue to grow and continue to get better. I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Yes, Senator Paris, you may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. We're not going to talk for long. Some of the questions that I had have already been answered. And like Foreign Minister, I think he used to be a teacher once. He admonished us that if things have been answered, we should can I come and say it again, eh? Mr. Speaker, I just have a few things I want to talk about. Back in the day, Mr. Speaker, when Parliament was a bit different. Teachers, educators used to ask students to go and to listen to the Parliament. And they would be encouraged to listen to the Parliament for a myriad of reasons. Information, to get the correct type of way to speak the Queen's English, subject-verb agreement, those kind of things. Helping to educate our young people so that, no, you didn't do that? People were asked to pay attention to the Parliament, not just the news, but pay attention to what happens in the Parliament. Look at your legislators. Understand the level of responsibility that goes into leadership, making sure that the future generations understood what is going to be required of them later on, because our students hopefully will become more leaders, right? And as a speaker, I hope that we can continue to provide a space where teachers in high schools and primary schools, and even in universities, and people in, and Mr. Speaker, all of that too.
It's not all of that.
Are you standing on a point of order?
Point of order, I want to answer relevance of this part of the contribution.
Take your
So
seat.
we're talking about a loan.
Yeah, yes. Yes, Honorable Member, Senator Paris, I agree with the member. You need to get to the point.
Would you like me to withdraw it, Mr.
The
Speaker?
preamble is too long,
Would you like
and
me
it's
to
not
withdraw
relevant
it?
to the debate, yeah.
Would you like me to withdraw it?
Yeah.
Withdraw.
Yes. Let's just get to the point.
Mr. Speaker, so when we come here, Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
Proceed,
All
yes.
right. So, Mr. Speaker, when we come here and we engage in the debate, right? Even though some of us are more senior in age, but not in other things, we should engage in a meaningful discussion, right? So when we ask questions, even questions that we say, like the Prime Minister mentioned a while ago, he doesn't like that. As a person, in his individual life, he doesn't like that. And even as a legislator and as a leader, he doesn't like that. He understands the reasons that he has to do it, but he doesn't like it. So how comes it's strange when people on the other side question our modus operandi? That was the point I was making, Mr. Speaker. Because we still have questions about this debt. To make the point, it's not about disagreeing with the fundamental principles of the implementation of the Registration of Electors Act. Everybody know that is my favorite. Nobody's disagreeing with that, and we're not going back to the debate of March 19. It's about asking, gentlemen, legislators, Mr. Speaker, is this the right way for us to go? And people are being ridiculed for asking the question in a parliamentary debate where we are expected to be responsible. That's what I'm talking about, Mr. Speaker. We should not endeavor to reduce the quality of debate that happens in the House simply because we disagree. Encourage more transparency, encourage more diligence, but encourage the debate. Because we cannot agree on one hand that debt is bad and we are afraid of it in one space, but when somebody else asks about it, we have a problem with it. It's disingenuous, Mr. Speaker, and we shouldn't do it. So we're still raising questions about the avenue, not for the reason, the avenue. I heard the Prime Minister saying a while ago, I sorry that he's not here because he engaged me a while ago and I like it, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to engage him back, but he's not there. So I'll give somebody else a question. Mr. Speaker, I heard him mentioning a while ago that some people are going to shout, oh, why we don't use CBI? Well, you know, I'm coming back to shout why we don't use CBI. Of course, I'm coming back to shout why we don't use CBI. Mr. Speaker, I'll try my best to be careful in the way I espouse it.
Yes, but on the fact that why not CBI, I can rule that it's repetitive because many people have already said it already.
No, Mr. Speaker, just two way.
No, many.
And it's not much of us. Yes, I'm lying. It's just two. But Mr. Speaker, why not CBI? At the current legal rate of the exchange, it would only take us about 12 investments to raise that money. I tried my best. I don't want to get the speaker vexed again. It would take us about 12 investments at the minimum investment value, legally, to raise that money. How you expect reasonable, responsible legislators not to ask, hey, could we not have used that instead of adding burdens? You see you. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a responsible, reasonable question to ask. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it is a completely different thing. And now we're hearing that we want to get the money tomorrow. Well, we should have get it last week. Doesn't change the question, though. Because since 2017, Mr. Speaker, our average... Mr. Speaker, we do not have a problem with generating funds through our CBI program. We don't have a problem. We have problems in Dominica. That is not one. So don't find it strange if we're asking a little $6 million. That is chump change compared to what we have shown to be able to raise in one fiscal period. It is not unreasonable to ask, why are we not exploring that option? Mr. Speaker, we can go on more to ask all of the people who have advocated, and the foreign minister said something that I disagree with. He said that the populace should be the ones paying the bill. No, but I disagree with that. No, but I disagree with that. And the reason I disagree with it, Mr. Speaker, is because so many of our partners, bilateral organizations all across the globe, have opined that Dominica needs, electoral reform, etc., 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 etc. We're saying that none of them wanted to help us finance it. For the years that they themselves, Commonwealth Secretariat, OAS, all the rest of them, have opined that Dominica needs electoral reform. Even some of them that have no business in our business, they opined on it, they should give us some money. Have we exhausted those options to ensure that we can get... Yeah, it doesn't matter, not that we're talking about exploring options. One, to make sure as best as possible, we're not adding to our debt stock, one. And two, we're ensuring that we're getting money and people are putting their money where their mouth is. In and outside of Dominica. That's the reasonable debate that we're trying to have. And we understand the politics, and that's fine. And we understand the jabs, and that's fine. We built in the jungle, that's cool. But I'm saying we still have to participate in a reasonable debate on the issue, whether we agree or not. My colleague raised the issue of transparency. So I was on to call her pantomime and all kind of thing. That's okay, we cool, that's fine. Doesn't take away the validity of the question. Yeah, man, I practice. It doesn't take away the validity of the question. That more transparency builds public confidence and trust in the process that we're expecting our citizens to holistically engage in and participate in. What helps to build public confidence and trust is transparency, is clarity, is understanding the controls that are in place. So yes, it was said, but are we saying that there's no more room for transparency? Of course there is, Mr. Speaker. Of course there is, Mr. Speaker. And on the issue of transparency, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of transparency, right? Word on the streets.
Before you proceed, I'm really lost. That's why I said on the transparency issue with regards to the loan, I'm lost on it. I'm trying to connect, because if the loan is taken by the executive branch
Okay, Mr.
to give to the electoral commission, I cannot connect the relevance. I'm trying to connect.
All right,
But proceed. But
you
that's
want
why I
me
was
to connect
concerned.
it for you?
Yeah, but proceed.
Because I can. Mr. Speaker, where's the budget? Was a budget presented? Was an itemized budget presented, breaking down? So Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I can say that. Where is the budget? Don't we think that if we had provided a breakdown of how this money would be implemented, wouldn't that add to the transparency? Wouldn't that add some clarity to the issue? And raise less questions? That doesn't answer that? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, how much are we going to pay for public education? How much are we going to pay for staffing? So, okay, Mr. Speaker. So, all right, no problem. So, no problem. I wish your mic was on. The AG is advising me now to ask the commission that, right? But that does not mean that asking for transparency is unreasonable. We here are approving the loan. If you want to direct us who are asking the questions and everybody in the public who has those same questions to the commission, say that. But don't say that asking for transparency is not a fair question. That is the point. We cool, Mr. Speaker? All right. I can go back to the word on the street? Word on the street, Mr. Speaker. And both you and I know, Mr. Speaker, that we really shouldn't be trusting the word on the street. Right? I mean, me of all people. we know we shouldn't be trusting the word on the street. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask the question. Right? And by the virtue of the fact that we are here approving the financing for this process, word on the street is that the Labour Party are already confirming people. No, wait a while. Word on the street.
You should have said
Mr. Speaker,
why do you offend?
a little protection, please. A little protection, please. A little protection, please. Well, you're always getting trapped like that, eh? You gotta make me finish. You keep interrupting me, man. Word on the street, Mr. Speaker. Labour Party already confirming people. As a matter of fact, they already cheating, right? But Mr. Speaker, by virtue of the fact that we are here, right, approving the financing to buy the machine, to get the forms printed, to facilitate the same process, it means, Mr. Speaker, that that is not possible. It means that that is not possible. Of course I deadly, you know that long time, but you're getting trapped in the same thing all the time. Mr. Speaker, so my challenge now is that somebody on the other side can emphatically stand up, and as according to the Minister of Trade a while ago, allay the fears and anxiety of the people that think that is going on. And some of the same people that have that say, Huh? No, people didn't get a chance to find it. But, Mr. Speaker, I think it is prudent, Mr. Speaker, we can have a little order in the House. All the high school students looking at it saying, this is
Yeah, members, please
disgusting.
allow him. Please allow him to speak or stand on a point of order. But we cannot be distracting him when he's speaking. You see, I was looking to see where he's going. But you just listen, and then if you have to interject, interject. But you can't be distracting him while he's debating. Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Paris, take your seat a sec. You stand on a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, the member is imputing improper motives
By what?
by alleging that members on this honorable side of the House is confirming members of the. That's what he indirectly said, Mr. Speaker.
No, he didn't say that. He
Mr.
said
Speaker,
word on the street, and then he said he don't agree with word on the street. But he's just trying to twist
Right, well, Mr.
twist in the
Speaker,
debate.
Mr.
But
Speaker,
let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, majority
Let's
of us
proceed.
can infer.
Yeah. Yeah. Proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same thing I'm talking about, paying attention in the debate. Paying attention. Paying attention in the debate, right? Mr. Speaker, so I think it would be prudent. Somebody on the other side, maybe somebody on the front bench that hasn't spoken yet, stand up and say emphatically clear that there's no way that the Labour Party would ever be engaging in that, because it's not even possible. It's now we approving the money for it. Huh? It's not possible. Allay the fears and the anxiety of the populace. Allay the fears and the anxiety of the populace. But coming back to you, Minister of Trade, you mentioned something, and now that the Prime Minister is not here, I will put it to you. In the same vein of clarity and transparency, Mr. Speaker. Huh? The people keep, and I heard somebody, it's yourself, admonishing reporters to be careful of the questions that they ask in the Prime Minister about when he's stepping down and all kind of thing like that. And I agree with him. Stop that. But I also agree, like you were mentioning earlier, Minister of Trade, that it would be foolhardy for us to be now approving a $6 million loan for the implementation of processes regarding electoral reform. And for there to be any snap elections, that's not possible. But reporters, I don't know if they're not asking the questions properly. But it would be nice. He's not here, but I'll still ask the question. I know you're listening. He'll probably answer sometime when you walk in here, and he'll answer. Regardless of the provisions in the Constitution under Section 54(4), that the Prime Minister, and this is not to challenge the powers that the Constitution gives him, but by virtue of the fact that we are here approving these money for the implementation of the electoral reform legislation that was recently passed, just allay the fears of the people and the anxiety. That there's no inclination. No, you have to be careful with all you think. just to give us some confidence that there's no way that we're going to be approving these monies now for the implementation of our electoral reform laws and call us snap elections before general elections are constitutionally due. Careful. Mr. Speaker, I wish we can continue to improve the debates that we have in the House. And we can continue to have fair debates, robust debates as the Leader of Parliament continues to support and promote. I hope that we can continue to do that because the people of Dominica deserve it. Mr. Speaker, every one of us here has heard about this electoral reform thing for way longer than we would like to. I don't think any of us disagree. Even if there are still things, again, Mr. Speaker, another area that we agree on. over and over repeated on the other side. No legislation is perfect. You can't get all what you want. So when people on the other side say, hey, in spite of the fact that we like this and we approve this and this is what we asked for, there are other things that we still want. That is the legislative process. As a matter of fact, that is the mature legislative process. I don't talk to people that are nothing else. Huh? Mature legislative process. Right? But we can also say, guys, let's evaluate some additional options. Let's evaluate some free money. We don't have to take a loan for this. We have other options. And I think that is fair, Mr. Speaker, and I think it is responsible, and I think it is reasonable. These few words, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your time.
Yes, Honorable Charles, you may proceed.
Senator.
No. The Honorable Minister is smiling, so she's okay.
I suspect that he was struggling for attention as a child, so I took that the presentation today. Well done. I didn't understand the relevance of the presentation, but I made him know that it was well presented. Whether what he said made sense or not, I'm clapping for you as your colleague. What I will say, Mr. Speaker, this electoral reform bills have been debated, as we said, for 2 decades. Okay? We want it done fast. You see the Dominican Labour Party government, we want to move the process. We want the money there tomorrow. So my best advice to the Parliament, let us move on with the process and approve the loan, and so the people in Dominica can rest assured that this government is ready to advance the process of electoral reform by sending the money to the Electoral Commission. If you have any questions for the Electoral Commission, he's free to write to them. He's free to ask them a question. He's free to get details. Do some work. Do some research. Don't just come to the panel and expect us to answer questions to you. You can do your own research. Senator Paris, do your research. Go to the electoral office. They are open to the public. You can ask them a question. You can get the details you're asking for. But let us move on in the business of the House. Let us approve the loan and send the money to the Electoral Commission so we can get on in the business. And don't worry about elections. I would worry about elections if I were you. Because whenever the elections are called, I can assure you that the Dominican Labour Party will be returned to office by the people of Dominica, because time and time again, we have proven to be the only party serious about developing this country and putting the people's interests first. Your party enjoy talking about electoral reform, but now that it is there, you are scared and afraid. But go and deal with Thompson. Okay, let us carry on the business of the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That is unparliamentary.
Yes, remember you are standing on your feet. But there is a rule. Hold on. Just take your seat. Let me just explain something. You can leave the mic on. On the rules, if the member doesn't yield, unless you stand on a point of order, the member doesn't have to yield. When you stand, you have to say you stand on a point of order. It's not just standing. So you stand, you say, Speaker, I'm signing on a point of order. Then the member takes a seat. But if the member, if you don't say that, the member does not have to yield. So stand. And 2 members cannot be standing at the same time. That's why I was trying to say earlier, when you and the Prime Minister were in the little back and forth discussion. But stand, member, stand.
And the Prime Minister doesn't do that, Mr.
Stand.
Speaker. I apologize.
Yes. Yeah.
No, but I just found the debate was getting out of control.
No.
And
I anticipated.
I was asking for the relevance of her line of
No,
debate.
but
That's
no.
what I was asking.
No, she was.
But she realized it was out of order.
No, member, you brought in the statement, so she responded to it. So relevance is in regards to, for example, we're debating on the bill. So if it's on the bill, we focus on the bill. But if a member brings in something else, a member is allowed to respond. So that's why we have to be careful what we bring in to the debate. So, yes. But we may proceed. But the minister's on point, so we may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I
Proceed,
stand
Honorable.
to make a brief contribution, very brief, to support this resolution. Authorization for loan from the National Bank of Dominica, as NBD, limited for the purpose of funding expenditure in respect of the implementation of electoral reform and modernization. Mr. Speaker, I sat there, I didn't really plan to even contribute, but I was amazed and shocked, yes, by some of the contributions I heard on the other side, particularly asking for the government to use CBI resources to fund, that take government to court to stop the CBI in a disguising way to block the airport, block the cable car, block the marina, stop the NEP from operating. Now they're asking for us now to use the same CBI resources to fund the Electoral Commission to implement that modernization. I think they are shooting blanks in all corners. They are not consistent. I thought when Mr. Paris was forced to resign, I thought he would have corrigé, but it seems that he even have gotten worse. I thought he would have, get a little better and fix. Yes.
No corriger mean learned.
You understand? But I'm really disappointed with with what I heard outside from the side. But from day one, Mr. Speaker, we know that the Workers' Party do not want electoral reform. They've been using that for years as a smokescreen, using that to play politics, to fool persons that cannot think for themselves, that the government is doing something wrong. So now we have gone through, since 2011, this government have been fighting and struggling and pushing, putting systems in place to implement that. At every move, every step, every occasion, Workers' Party have been shifting the goalposts. It started, Mr. Speaker, in 2011, when discussions started around introducing the national ID. They had issues with that. In 2013, when resources were made to actually implement the ID and the search began for a draft person to start drafting legislation for the reform, they had issues with that, Mr. Speaker. When we fast forward to 2017, you know what happened in Parliament when this government came to Parliament to actually pass the legislation? They would storm by a mob on the outside until gunshots were fired, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, when they heard the Prime Minister inform the President that they were going to table in Parliament again, one of the operatives filed an injunction to prevent us from coming to the House again to pass it. And of course, this year, Mr. Speaker, we came there. And we know the story of the advance on the outside. What happened? They were coming for us. Until when the police had to advance with a paper, to ensure that they could stop the mob from coming to Parliament. So I'm saying that to say, Mr. Speaker, that Workers' Party does not want the reform. So every measure will bring to the House, they will try to distract and try to twist it to make it look as like, well, we are doing something wrong. So this, Mr. Speaker, is the icing on the cake. We've run the 20 miles from since 2011. We are at the finish line, and they will not stop us from taking the loan to implement the reform. Because what they want is that we do not do any measure to find the resources to do it, and then they're going to say, you see them, the more they had, they can implement it. But that will not distract us. We'll go to NBD, we'll get the resources, we'll make it available to the authority, and we'll implement that reform. So then you will have no excuse anymore about free and fair and dead man voting and ID. That will be no longer. So I don't see what excuse Mr. Speaker they're going to use again after that. And badly too. Badly too. when they lose. So I want to see what excuse now they're going to come up with. What goalposts they're going to shift again because there's no more goalposts. Eh? All goalposts use up. So I want to see if it's 2 stone or 2 barrel cocoa they're going to use. I mean, the coconut leaf, yes. To make the thing, I don't know what they're going to use and to see what goalposts they're going to shift again. Because for the past 15 years they've been shifting. Now we block them now. We're ready to implement. Now they tell us use CBI. The same CBI they want to kill. Use CBI to fund it. No. We'll go NBD. Our CBI will be our airport. It will be our marina right in the constituency. It will be in the cable car. We have hotels to build. We have plenty of work to do. So we are prioritizing these of the CBI, and you all will not tell us how to use the CBI resources. Or you out of place. Do that to us. You know what I'm saying? Out of order. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I'm responsible once again to the resolution, and we are heading to the National Bank of Dominica. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker, I really plan to say just a few words. It would be remiss of me not to place on record my support for this loan, $6 million, for the purpose which is stated, which is to enact, to ensure that the electoral process goes into effect. And as has been said by pretty much every speaker before me, we have been grappling with this electoral reform, electoral modernization, whichever term one wants to use, for several years now. The speaker before me, the honourable member for the Cottage constituency, enumerated the challenges and the obstructions that this government has encountered in seeking to bring about electoral reform. At every turn, those who claim, the opposition who claim that they want electoral reform, have taken steps to seek to block, hinder, obstruct the process. We are now closer and closer. This loan, Mr. Speaker, is entirely proper. It is perplexing to me that there is any question being raised. Governments raise finances from various sources. Loans are not new. So why, all of a sudden, for this particular project, there seems to be objection to the government turning to loan funding to finance this particular project? It is entirely perplexing. But of course, it is another one of the ruses of the opposition to seek to cause confusion and mayhem. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member, the senator from Aragon, Senator Paris, referring to word on the street. I heard word on the street earlier today, Mr. Speaker, when a particular individual, who we shall say on the street, the word on the street was a shrill lamentation that the government is going to take a loan. And not just that they're going to take a loan, but they're going to take a loan from the National Bank of Dominica. And this shrill cry was that, in fact, I think the word used was egregious. It's egregious action. I mean, Mr. Speaker, are we real? I mean, you have a national bank, which is in fact a state bank. The government, I suspect, is probably the largest customer of that bank. The government, as I understand it, is the largest shareholder of that bank. It is a bank that is ours, that is national. Why it should be so surprising that the government, when it requires funding for a national project, should turn to that institution to get the funding for that project is totally bewildering to me. I think that makes a lot of sense. And indeed, when one looks at the terms, they are not unfavorable. And the matters before the House and should really have been passed with unanimous support and with unanimous endorsement of this House, because those on the other side are part of the contingent that has claimed that this government has not wanted electoral reform. and this is necessary. The Senator Paris referred to alternatives, the other speakers, I don't necessarily want to identify each person, but a number of the contributions from the other side indicate a certain lack of understanding and appreciation, a certain naivety, if I may put it that way, about the real world and what really happens in the governance structure. The idea that you can engage Commonwealth or whoever to give you funding for electoral reform is total fantasy land. And even if you could get it, the length of time it would get you, the hoops and hurdles you'd have to go through, would be impractical for the time frame that we're talking about. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, it seems that some of the contributors simply put forward proposals, or as they would say, questions, either questions that they know make no sense, or questions that they naively put forward. And one wonders how to answer that. Transparency, I don't think it gets much more transparent than bringing the matter to the House of Assembly, allowing everybody to be able to contribute, and allowing the terms to be clear for all to see. In terms of some of what was being asked for about breaking down of a budget, as the presenter of this resolution, the Minister for Finance, indicated, the Electoral Commission presented its budget to the government, stating what it felt it required. There was a review of the initial proposal, which was whittled down to some $7 million plus. And then the government, in its wisdom, has not sought to take that total amount, but has taken an amount of $6 million and has indicated that efforts will be made to utilize other resources of the state so as to minimize the actual liability of the state. If that's not responsibility, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what is. Mr. Speaker, I just perhaps need to say this, which has already, I think, been said, but needs to be totally clear. The Electoral Commission Fund was provided for in the Electoral Commission Act, number 3 of 2025. It makes clear that the fund will be administered by the Chief Elections Officer. The funding will essentially be made available by the government. But it also makes clear, Mr. Speaker, that the fund will be administered pursuant to or in accordance with the Finance Administration Act. That is to say that whilst the fund will be administered by the Commission and the administrator, for want of a better term, of the fund, has to be cognizant of the Finance Administration Act and the rules and regulations which apply to it. So there is provision for oversight. There's also provision for the Director of Audit to be able to audit the fund and the relevant accounts, and a requirement for the Commission to submit accounts as stipulated in the Act. I think it's within 3 months of the end of the financial year. So, Mr. Speaker, all in all, I'm happy to say that I support the resolution, that I believe that it is in the interest of the country, and I look forward to the implementation of the electoral reform, electoral modernization process. My understanding is that the Commission is about to announce shortly the confirmation date, which of course is part of what this funding will go to that process. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I give my wholehearted support to the resolution before the House.
Yeah, Honorable Dr. McIntyre, I need to just an intervention. Yeah, Senator, I just had some reflection on the intervention by Honorable Lloyd. On reflection, it was a little dicey in regards to word on the street. But I think, though it was dicey, I should have ruled in favor of Honorable Lloyd. Let me tell you why. It's dicey, but let me tell you why. and just put down a note there. If we say, and we want to set precedents from now, that we don't want to accept word on the street. And let me tell you why. One could come in here, a member, and could say, word on the street is Senator such and such or XYZ stole money from a financial institution. However, I don't believe it. The problem with a statement like that, it is a dangerous, slippery road. Because, and just to observe it, you could see the response or the reaction of members on the other side, because they felt it was offensive. So I think moving forward, we'll have to cease and desist from word on the street, because that's a dangerous, slippery road in regards to imputing improper motive or unparliamentary language. Because if it is done to you, for example, word on the street, Senator Paris XYZ, if somebody is listening on the radio and did not catch the rest, then the word on the street could damage your reputation. So I think it's a slippery road. So I think we should be cautious about it. And maybe I would even ask the stenotypist in retrospect to strike out that thing about word on the street. Because that's a dangerous, dangerous thing we're looking at there. I just had us just reflecting. But it takes maturity to reevaluate your decision even before the sitting ends. So let's proceed. Attorney General? Yes. No, it's Dr. Mark. Yeah, Honorable, yeah. But I just wanted to just caution the House, and moving forward, that's the decision by the chair, that we're not going to engage in word on the street, because that could be very dangerous. AG, we're going to say something? Yeah.
Just to ask, is it word on the street that is the issue, or is it the imputation?
Well, if you say word on the street, and it's not the terminology word on the street, because it could be word on the street is, for example, that we have a great athlete. But it is positive.
But I just wanted that to be clear.
But the thing is, word on the street and connecting it to a negativity. But what I don't want to happen is, if we start doing that, the word on the street can end up being personal now. Rather than just the government, it can be personal. Word on the street is Honorable X and Y did this or did that. Oh, so that's why we have to be very careful with this. Very, very, very careful. Yes. Yeah, hold on 1 second, hold on. Yes.
I just wanted clarity, because the House sometimes is rumbustious, sometimes we can probably go too far, but I also feel people have to be allowed to have a certain, it's not a creche, neither is it a church, so there needs to be a certain rough and tumble, and we have to learn the language. But that's why I think to me, it needed clarity, that you were separate. There needs to be a distinction, it seems to me. The rule prevents people from imputing improper motives. That needs to be clear and to be established, but I don't think we have to be careful of conflicting that with some, that's why. So, as you rightly said, someone could say, word on the street is the clerk is the best man in the town.
Yes.
Nobody's going to have a problem with that.
Yes.
If it's word on the street, something negative, I
Yes.
just think,
Yes.
I'm not sure that was clear.
Yeah, you are correct. So yes, so just to qualify it, that's what I meant. Word on the street linking to a negativity about let's say the government, an institution, a person. It can be a slippery road, and it can end up affecting any member on any side. So let's be careful with it. No, it's just a ruling. I'm not going to entertain going into it. It's just a ruling. Yeah. No, it's not necessary. I asked the stenotypist to strike it out. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wind up the debate on this motion. On the other side, it was mentioned that the sum was high. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, we got the estimate of expenditures we got from the Electoral Commission was much higher. It was actually 8,070,786. And we actually brought it down to 6 million because, as I said, we're going to use some of the state's offices, services, etc. That's why we brought it down to 6 million as opposed to the initial 8,070,786. So that we've done pretty well in bringing it down, which is good news for us. And obviously, Mr. Speaker, when you look at all what it has to do, we're going to have offices in each of the constituencies, most probably vehicles in each of the constituencies, all the different equipment and the systems in all the different offices, electricity, water, all the stuff for all the different offices, and the whole operation and the staff in all the different constituencies. So, and this is going to go on for an entire year and can be extended to 15 months. So looking at it, I think it seems within cost in the sense that we've cut it down and then we can see the amount of things that has to be done with that money. But going a little further, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bigger picture, it's all about democracy. So if you look at it as the cost for democracy, which will move on and on and on, I really don't think we should complain about that amount. If we're looking at the bigger picture, it's something we've been after for decades, and we are finally here. We passed our bills. We're getting the financing now. This is time for us to move forward. We cannot delay this process anymore. Even when someone mentioned about the timing, well, had we done it quite a few years ago when we came to Parliament, then we wouldn't even have to be doing the 6 million now. We'd have done it for 3 million. But if all the inflation, etc., that's why it's 6 million that we're taking, as opposed to the 3 million that we could have taken a few years ago. So we have to look at it from that point of view. So the timing is because it wasn't passed by the opposition did not help us a few years ago. That is why we have to do it now. So that deals with the timing part. In terms of the accountability and the transparency, we've been hearing that all morning. You have a government that the World Bank consistently gives us thumbs up in how we manage our funds. East Coast Road in excess of $200 million. And so many, even all the other agricultural livelihood programs are from the World Bank. Millions and millions and millions. And the World Bank thinks that we manage this money very well. What is 6 million for us to manage? We've been managing hundreds and hundreds of millions from the international financial agencies. We've absolutely no issue whatsoever. So in terms of transparency, accountability, that's what the Ministry of Finance have been doing. And we've been having thumbs up from all our international agencies. So that is the list of the state and the people of Dominica's concern as to how do we monitor the oversight, the supervision. And mark you, as the AG rightly said, this is part of the Finance Administration Act. And the Ministry of Finance will also deal with all the expenditures. So I want to alleviate the fears of the public in terms of the oversight and the management of such a loan, which we are accustomed to doing much bigger loans, which we've done very satisfactorily. So this should not be an issue. And I do not want the Dominican public to even bother about that point whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, I was about to mention in terms of how do we use our funds, our CBI funds, but Honorable Roy did an excellent job, so I'm not going to repeat this at all. And also in terms of the word on the street, but I must confess that Senator Paris made it abundantly clear that word on the street is incorrect. And I appreciate that. He did say it's incorrect. So that's a good point there for us. In terms of the excuse me? It was striked out. Very correct. It was striked out. Excellent. Mr. Speaker, also in terms of the breakdown of the different spendings, I think it would be good if we could do some research before we come in here and then ask your permission to read from it or to mention it. Because, so this morning when someone did mention about we're supposed to get, why don't we get funds from the GCF? And then quickly, I have all my facts that I explained to you. We have almost 11 projects from the GCF. So it doesn't take much to do a little bit of research as to find out what is the exact picture that we're trying to paint, all the information, because knowledge is power. So I'm just giving you an example that it doesn't take much just to research what are the GCF programs we have. Bam, GCF programs, we have 11 of them. rather than to say, well, maybe we could have gotten the money from GCF, if you get my point. Likewise, in terms of the Article 4 from the IMF, it doesn't take much to just get the copy and read it and see what it's all about. It's public, it's available. So rather than come here and just ask questions, what about this, what about this, what about, the information is already there, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be hungry for information, we have to get the information, rather than to come here and ask questions with the intention that trying to blur the whole vision, etc. I think that is being dishonest, and I don't think it is fair, and I think people should do the work coming to Parliament. This is serious business. This is a country that we're running. We cannot just come here and ask for information. We have to go and look for the information as well, if you get my point, Mr. Speaker. But having said all of this, Mr. Speaker, yes, as a government, we've been very prudent and we've been very diligent in our management of our finances and our loans, and this one is no exception. And in terms of the expenditure, we'll be monitoring it. That's what the Ministry of Finance has been doing. We've been doing it pretty well, and this is no exception. We'll do the same thing for this. So with these few words, I think this is an excellent motion that we brought so that we can finally put this electoral reform process behind the modernization behind us. The financing was one of the last bits of the puzzle from the government point of view. Now the Electoral Commission must take over so that we can run the program of electoral reform. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This concludes the debate on the motion. I will now put the question. Be it resolved that in accordance with Section 3.1 of Loans Act, Chapter 6405 of 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, this Honorable House authorizes the Minister responsible for finance to borrow a sum not exceeding 6 million Eastern Caribbean dollars from the National Bank of Dominica Limited on the following terms. Loan amount, EC 6 million, interest rate 5% per annum, repayment period 12 years, quarterly payments, moratorium on principal during the first 24 months. The loan is to be used for the purpose of part funding the implementation of the requirements of the Registration of Electors Act number 1 of 2025, the House of Assembly Act number 2 of 2025, and the Electoral Commission Act number 3 of 2025. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion has been approved.
I move the second reading of the bill shortly entitled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the bill titled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025. The bill is intended to facilitate Dominica's implementation of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Based Erosion and Profit Shifting, Action 13. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, part of the OECD's mandate is to develop global standards, share experiences, and identify best practices, particularly in the area of taxation. These standards are constantly being evaluated by the OECD to ensure their relevance and effectiveness, and where necessary, amendments are made. Once there are significant changes, Dominica is expected to reflect these changes in its legislation and/or administration, whichever applies, so as not to be judged a harmful tax jurisdiction. The OECD's BEPS Action 13 requires all multinational enterprises to mandatory report on a country-by-country basis aggregation information on their worldwide allocation of all revenue, profit, taxes paid, and economic activity. A large M&E group is defined as a group which has a total consolidated group revenue of 850 million United States dollars, that is EC 2.3 billion or more. Mr. Speaker, the bill before the House proposes as follows. Part 1 prescribes the reporting procedures. Is large M&E group who is resident in Dominica for tax purposes is required to file a country-by-country report with the competent authority not later than 12 months after the last day of its fiscal year. The competent authority is the Comptroller of Inland Revenue. The Comptroller shall also give written direction or specification in respect of the content and format of the report, as well as the method of filing. The first reporting year is any fiscal year beginning on or after January 1, 2025. Part 2 mandates the maintenance of records and the use of country-by-country reports. It also requires the Comptroller to preserve the confidentiality of the reports. And Part 3 prescribes offenses and penalties for breaches under the Act and provided the multinational enterprises to appeal penalties imposed by the Comptroller. Part 4, miscellaneous, deals with the report avoidance, provides for the Minister of Finance to make regulations and for the Comptroller to provide guidelines. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring Dominica's compliance with these best practices. In February 2021, Cabinet appointed an OECD Global Forum working group comprising officials of the Attorney General's Chambers, the Registry, the Financial Services Unit, and the Inland Revenue to spearhead all other technical matters related to the OECD and Global Forum on Transparency and Exchange of Information for tax purposes. In addition, an international tax unit was established within the Inland Revenue Division to implement the various requirements. Plus, over the past decade, we have sought and received the House approval of several of bills and legislative amendments. All of these actions are aimed at ensuring Dominica's continued compliance. This is a very onerous and costly exercise, but this government has been very responsive to these changes to ensure that Dominica does not get gray or blacklisted to derail the economic strides that we have made. Mr. Speaker, this is relatively a short bill, 22 sections. It increases the reporting requirements for very large multinational companies, but does not affect our Dominica-owned businesses. Therefore, thankfully, there are no direct implications for our local businesses. I commend the bill to the House and encourage all members to give their support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The bill is before the House for debate. Yes, Honorable Dr. Henderson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the bill before us, which is the income tax country by country reporting. And I'm happy with the last point that the Minister of Finance made, that clearly this reporting requirement will not affect local companies or locally owned companies, or put it differently, companies owned by Dominicans operating in Dominica. This specifically will affect multinationals as is defined in the definition section of the bill, MNE group means any group that includes two or more enterprises for which the tax residencies of the enterprises are in different jurisdictions, or an enterprise that is resident for tax purposes in one jurisdiction that is subject to tax with respect to the business carried out through a permanent establishment in another jurisdiction and is not an excluded M&E group. So this is important to note. This, in my mind, is one of the other burdens placed upon us by the OECD and the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, which really comprises of those countries with more advanced economies. Unfortunately, the reality of the world is that these groupings, they make rules and they thrust them upon us. And if we don't comply, then they do what is usually referred to as listing, usually using black as the color of the most egregious form of listing. And that in itself has some very negative connotations, because we know that there are countries whose populations are not predominantly black, who are never listed. There are jurisdictions we know where there are activities carried out that would, if we were to allow them to be carried out in our jurisdiction, would have been listed. And what comes to mind is places like Delaware in the United States of America, Jersey, Guernsey, Isle of Man, and all of these territories of the United Kingdom that usually get a free pass, allowing activities within their jurisdictions that were we to allow in our jurisdictions, we would have had to pay the consequences. And once a country is listed by the OECD, there are serious implications. There are serious implications for companies wishing to do business in that jurisdiction. And I recall when we were in the midst of negotiations with a French consortium, a consortium of French companies seeking to build our geothermal plant, to partner with us to build a geothermal plant more correctly. When we were listed by the OECD, immediately there were implications onto these companies. For example, the companies would have to pay a tax burden of 25% plus the ordinary taxations that they would have to pay. So clearly, a company will not want to do business with a country that is listed by the OECD. So there are serious implications, but life is not fair. We happen to be a small island developing state. We don't make those international rules, but we have to conform. We have to ensure that we have the infrastructure, and these things are costly. These things are costly because the supervision, the reporting, and ensuring that we meet the requirements of the OECD is a very expensive undertaking. And from time to time, they provide support. They do. But that is inadequate compared to the obligations that they place upon us. But as we've always sought to do, to comply with the requirements of these international institutions, lest we face the consequences with sanctions. And in those days, sanctions is a very popular instrument to penalize countries which do not follow the whims and fancies of the more advanced economies. But we are encouraged by the work being done by the Ministry of Finance and its units, relevant units, to ensure that we meet these obligations. I remember the last time we were placed on the list, we were removed so quickly because of the prompt actions of the Ministry of Finance. Because of the prompt action of the financial secretary and the various units. I did some work with them during that time, I remember, well, one of those occasions, and we were able to move very quickly and to have that status change. But I'm hoping that we don't find ourselves there again. Finally, I would say that at a minimum, the Ministry of Finance, we have to continue to make our case that the OECD must inform us prior to the publications and the penalizing of us by those lists. I think that is what we continue to push in the international community, and we must continue to make that voice be heard very clearly, that at a minimum, we should be informed so that the necessary actions, if possible, will be taken and we will not be caught by surprise. I think they always seek to do that, and that is an area of contention that all of us in CARICOM continue to raise, and I hope that that message will be made loud and clear, and that, in fact, something will be done to ensure that countries can cooperate if there are breaches that have been identified by the OECD, so that we can work on them, given time to cure, and failure to do that could lead to, of course, penalizing that country by listing. But if all of a sudden you just know that one day you wake up to the news that you're listed, that, is really can really be unfair, because sometimes when you find out the reasons, I remember the last time when the EU did this to us, they were the ones who were wrong. It was their mistake, and quickly they corrected it. But we have to ensure that that case continues to be made to remove that pressure that can be unduly placed on us, and to ensure that we cooperate with the OECD and other international organizations when and where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I support the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to wind up on this particular bill, but there isn't much more that I can say. However, it does cost us a bit when we have to make sure that we don't get listed, in the sense that when this was done last time, we had to make sure more office space, more staffing, legislation had to be put in place just to make sure that we do not get listed again. So it does cost us quite a bit. Nonetheless, we had to do it because we know the implications if we don't do it. And obviously we know the benefits if we have it done as well. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a move in the right direction. As I mentioned earlier, it doesn't affect our local businesses. Nonetheless, we are signatory to all these international organizations, so we have absolutely no choice but to have it in our legislation. I did take the note that what Dr. Henderson mentioned in terms of we've been informed prior so that we can have the possibility of making amendments rather than to be told so by surprise. But all in all, I think it's a move in the right direction, and I'm happy that the entire House supports it. Thank you.
This concludes the debate. It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The bill will now be read a second time.
Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025.
The bill will now stand committed to a committee of the whole House to be considered clause by clause. House resumes, and I have to report that the bill shortly entitled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025 passed the committee stage with minor amendment. The question is that the report of the committee on the bill be adopted. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, before we close up, I want to express my Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Income Tax Country by Country Reporting Act 2025.
The bill has been read a third time and passed accordingly.
Mr. Speaker, before we close up, I would want to extend my deepest thanks to my colleagues and on this side of the House, and I'd also want to express thanks to the colleagues on the other side of the House as well. I think we had a very fruitful debate here today. All the deliberations will, I think, will educate the public who was listening. Having said this,
are you going to move the motion signed, right?
It's coming.
Okay, before we move to that, you can stay on your feet, but I just wanted to the entire House to extend our deepest sympathy to Sergeant Francis on the passing. I just get to know that on the passing of his father. So extending on behalf of Parliament, but members can still get an opportunity to him and his family on the passing of his dad last night. And having said that, I would like to, at the same time, like to thank him for the show of discipline, diligence, and commitment for being so calm and professional under the circumstances. I really didn't know he came there this morning and just calm and cool, a real soldier. So accept our deep sympathy. So members can still do it too if they wish before we close.
Since I'm on my feet, I want to express and extend my deepest sympathy, condolences to Sergeant Francis, his entire family. We'll keep him in our prayers. Bereavement is not an easy road, but we will ask for God's guidance and protection throughout these trying times. And he should feel free that he can approach any one of us in terms of need, in terms of just a little strength, whatever the case may be. Feel free to approach any one of us on this side of the House. So our deepest sympathy and condolences to the entire family, Sergeant Francis.
Any other member?
Any other member would want to express their condolence?
Okay.
I'd like to express sympathies to Sergeant Francis. Death is never an easy road, but I'll just like to tell you, put your faith in God and He will walk you through it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, to continue from where I started off earlier, I just want to repeat it. It doesn't hurt to say that I want to express my deepest thanks to my colleagues on this side of the House, as well as to the colleagues on the other side of the House. I want to say a special and to all our staff of the House, Mr. James, our stenotypers, and all the security personnel, all your staff out there. And I'm leaving you for last, Mr. Speaker. I'll come to you later. I also want to express our deepest thanks to our Financial Secretary and to the entire staff of the Ministry of Finance for a job well done in presenting these three papers here today. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I think you did very well in managing the House today, and we want to thank you very much for all what you've done here today. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be adjourned, sine die.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned, sine die. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House is adjourned, sine die.
Yes, have a good night, sir.
You want to die now? What?
It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be the one close to your left. Which one are picking up? Yes, one is high, one is low. One not balance. Yeah, so it like it's not balanced. How you trying to say? So now one lower, one receiving lower, one for the speaker it's fine, but at that distance, and not all voice is speaking loud. So yes, man. There's only problem there. What happens? The disappointment comes. I know they tell us they're so big. They're so.
And you would just sit there and just scream, but that's part of life. Disappointment supposed to correct yourself.
No man, no man. Breakfast.
track, you lock the flow. So far from hanging on the sloppy dough. Notorious, they got to know that life ain't always what it seemed to be. Words can't express what you mean to me. Even though you're gone, we still a team. Through your family, I'll fulfill your dreams. In the future, can't wait to see if you open up the gates for me. Reminisce sometime. The night they took my friend. Try to black it out, but it plays again. When it's real, feeling's hard to conceal. Can't imagine all the pain I feel. Give anything to hear half your breath. I know you're still living your life after death. Every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I'll be missing you. Thinking of the day when you went away. What a life to take, what a bond to break. I'll be missing you. It's kinda hard with you not around. You know you in heaven smiling down. Every day we pray for you. Till the day we meet again. In my heart is where I keep you, friend. Memories give me the strength I need to proceed. Strength I need to believe. My thoughts big, I just can't define. Wish I could turn back the hands of time. Us in the six, shopping new clothes and kicks. You and me taking flicks, making hits, stages they receive you on. Still can't believe you're gone. Give anything to hear half your breath. I know you still living your life after death. Every move I make, every single day, every time I pray, I'll be missing you. Thinking of the day when you went away. What a life to take, what a bond to break. I'll be missing you. Somebody tell me why. One glad morning when this life is over, I know I'll see your face. Every day just passes. As the day that get closer, seeing you again. Reach you, baby. Just the one stop. Cause we can't stop. See, that's all. Step, miss you, baby. Every step I take, every move I make, every single day, every time I Something about you is great. You are great, yes, you are. Oh, walk upon the sea, great and great in majesty, mighty God. Everything Give myself away. I give myself away. So I give myself away. matter what you're going through, I know that you can stand. For your life is in His hands. Listen. Don't you be afraid. Joy comes in the morning. Troubles may not last always. For there's a friend, Jesus. Hallelujah. Who will wipe your tears away. And if your heart just lift your hands and say, oh, I know that I can stand. I know that I can stand. No matter what comes my way. No matter what may come my way. Jesus, my life is in your hands. Let's sing it together. Listen. Don't have to worry. And don't you be afraid. And don't you be afraid. Joy cometh in the morning. Joy comes in the morning. Troubles, they don't last always. Troubles, they don't last always. For there's a friend named Jesus. For there's a friend named Jesus. Who will wipe every tear. Who will wipe your tears away. And if your heart is broken. And if your heart is broken. Just lift those hands and sing. Just lift your hands. Come on, sing it with me. I know I can. Oh, I know that I can. Bless your name, Jesus. I know. I know that I can. No matter what may come my way. No matter what may come my way. My life. My life is in. Oh, hallelujah. With Jesus I can take it. Jesus I really love you, Jesus. With Him. With Him I know I can stand. No matter what may come my way. No matter what may come my way. Hallelujah. My life is in your hands. Listen. So when your tests and trials, they seem to get you down. They seem to get you down. And all your friends are loving. All your friends and loved ones. They're nowhere to be found. Are nowhere to be found. Remember, there is a friend. Remember, there's a friend in Jesus. Oh, I love Him. Who will wipe your tears away. I know He will. And if your heart is broken, this is all you have to do. Just lift your hands. Oh, come on and worship with me. Say it, come on. Don't you give up. I know. I know that I can stand. Hang on, joy is coming. I know it is. Jesus, my life. My life is in. Hallelujah, hallelujah. With Him, I know I can take it. Jesus, with Him, I know. With Him, I know. I feel like having some church in here. No matter what may come. Yeah. Jesus, my life is in. Every person that's going through, lift your hands and say with me, I know I can. I got a witness in here somewhere. I know. Hallelujah. No matter what may come my way. Jesus, my life is in. Oh, I love you so much, Jesus. With you, I know I can. Oh, bless your name, Jesus. No matter what may come my way. Please, everybody, stand and help me welcome Travis Green, everybody. You've done so much for me, I cannot tell it all. If I had 10,000 tongues, it's still too not what I really. I wrote it more. It's the pendulum with me now. What shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done so very much for me. Come on, everybody. What shall I render to Jehovah? Hey! For he has done so very much for me. Nara, nara, narekele, with me, nara, nara, what shall I render to Jehovah? For he has done. What shall I render to Jehovah? Lift your hands. Narekelemo. One more time. Tell the church. Hey. Narekele. is awesome. My God is awesome. He can move mountains. He can move mountains. Keep me in the valley. Keep me in the valley. Hide me from the rain. Hide me from the rain. Come on, our God is awesome. My God is awesome. He heals me when I'm broken. Heals me when I'm broken. He'll strength where I've been weak. Strength where I've been weak. Forever he'll reign. Come on, say my God is awesome. My God is awesome. He can move